TVG. Nice to see everyone and YouTube traders. Welcome everyone traders. Let's just start the pre-market session. Well, as you can see, the S&P 500 and the Triple Q especially are completely the opposite as yesterday. So both of them are starting with a gap up, especially the Triple Q, thanks to the Google, the Alphabet. Actually, it just avoided quite of a lawsuit or not even lawsuit, but regulations indeed. And that means that the Google and even the Apple are rising because the antitrust ruling, it was just not hit. I mean, the Google was not hit by this antitrust ruling. What does it mean? Google avoided a major breakup as a judge ruled it can keep Chrome and continue paying Apple to make Google search the default on its devices. However, Google must end exclusive contracts and limit deals to 1 year. And thanks to this, the overall tech sector is just pushing higher thanks to Google and Apple because both of them are just up like crazy. 7% on GOOGL, and Apple is 3.55 higher. The overall Triple Q is 0.68. Let's see whether this is going to be enough to maintain this bullish sentiment. Hi Tara. Yes, yesterday it was just fantastic. I really hope we can just rinse and repeat it. Also today, Amir is not going to be here with us, but tomorrow he's going to be back. Hi Nitan, hola. Big Scoder, good morning to you. Okay guys, so let's see what's going to happen today, traders. So the tone, it's already bullish thanks to Apple and the Alphabet and the Google, and it seems like that the overall market is pushing higher except of the Dow, because the Dow Jones at the moment is dipping as the 30-year treasury yields much closer to 5%, and this is a little threat still on the stock. So yeah, definitely the treasuries are a little bit like worrisome again. If I'm just checking it here, even the 10 years or higher, 4.28, but the 30 years is definitely making a more noise or bigger noise here. What else? Well, today actually the first day of the labor market news, and especially the job opening is going to hit the market traders soon, so let's just be careful on that. And I'm just going to check it exactly the time, but as far as I remember, it's 10 o'clock. So today it is still September, just the beginning of September, and 10 o'clock we will get the Georgia openings. Musanem spoke already at 9 a.m. and with the Georgia openings we will see the factory orders number as well. After that only FOMC member Kashkari speaks at 1:30 p.m. So this is on the economic side traders, and this is going to be quite of an interesting one, especially on 10 o'clock or at 10 o'clock. Hi Blake, good morning to you. Nice to see you here. Okay, so that's it on the economic side. On the news side, as I mentioned you, it's mainly about the Google and Apple, and even Palantir. These companies trade more on hope than their earnings can justify. So this is a quite of a hint that the market is a bit overvalued, or not the whole market, but some of the participants, which I would say that's right. And that's definitely not a big surprise. Hi Zuri, nice to see you here. Okay, Fed September meeting watch. Can Lisa Cook still vote, and will Trump's new nominee be on the board? Well, as you told, I've told you yesterday as well that this, let's call it dispute or problem about the independence of the Fed is still making the market a little bit nervous, but as you can see, not nervous enough to continue this push down that started yesterday. So both of the indices are up at the moment, not the Dow. Hi Shanko, nice to see you. Good morning, good morning. Okay, traders, Macy's same-store sales grow for the first time since 2022. Macy's got an earnings, and we have a lot more on the earnings side. We are just going to check it. Rotation out of US stocks into European equity is still a viable story. Wow, that's quite of a big one, and I would say that the rotation from the big caps to the small caps, it's still definitely viable. So I'm going to watch some small caps today as well. Alright, and Median Marvel shares fell after earnings. Will Broadcom stocks fare better? Well, we will see what AVGO is going to do later on. But now let's just see the international news. Before we go there, Europe, it was quite green indeed. Asia red, very red, Nikkei Hang Seng. And the futures, as I mentioned you, except of the Dow, it's very nicely to the upside, especially the Nasdaq is double strong than the spike. The reason for that, Apple and Alphabet. Crypto is quite okay. I would not say it's the strongest at the moment. Bitcoin is around 111K. Another huge jump today. Let's see how it will continue after the opening bell. Global bond sell-off reflects unease over BJ and central banks. As I told you, the treasuries, the bonds are still making a little problem here, so we should keep an eye on that field as well, in my opinion. S&P 500 futures rise after Google avoids harsh antitrust penalty, as I've told you. Andy, thank you. Marco, good morning to you. OpenM, iRed, Google, Tesla, NVIDIA, Apple on your list as well, and DIT on to the short side because of the earnings miss, I guess, but we are just going to go there. Quantum computing startup IQM raises $320 million as investors pile into tech. We should watch that stock. Definitely Google, that's a deal that is going to be on our long list. And of course, still gold and gold related stocks can be interesting traders because the gold is just making new all-time highs almost whole week, which is like 2 trading days so far, but it's just doing a great job to the upside. Alright traders, so stocks making the biggest moves before the market open. Let's just start with Google. As I mentioned you, this is going to be my first on my long list, and the long is going to be Google and definitely the Apple. Okay, next one on the list, it's Macy's. As I mentioned you, Macy's just got some good news after the earnings pop, and this seems like as a continuation, and I really like the daily chart because it's a bit extended, so this is just the time to come back a bit. Not a huge mover though, I'm not going to expect like several dollars from that stock today, but some 10, 20, 30, 50 cents still in that place. Zscaler as well, cybersecurity stock grows 2% after yesterday earnings release after the market close. ZS at the moment is up 1.76% thanks to the good earnings. And on the volume side, 100,050, quite of okay. Let's see whether it can go higher. However, be careful because this can be a little bit spready. Yes, Luis, hola. Daily chart in Google suspicious for me. Yes, for me as well. And not this is the only chart which looks like that, as you know. But yeah, I see what you mean. Like if we are just going to check the Google daily chart, you can see that that's a huge jump. Anyway, it's extended. It has not seen a pullback since April, since the beginning of April, and now it's just pushed to 225 on $26. I am talking about the GOOGL. As you can see, it's an all-time high too, and 220. It is at the moment slightly higher, 226, and seems like it's still pushing higher indeed. Sad news for me. I will be cautious. Well, yeah, I would say that that would be the healthy one, but don't forget with what we have seen and experiencing for months now, actually for 4 months to be precise, that every pop-up it's just a continuation and every dip is buyable. So let's just be careful with that. So I completely agree and understand you from that point of view, but I'm not sure that the bulls are going to give up here. Let's see, indeed, SMR. I'm just going to check it, Nitsan. Thank you, SMR. This is a small cap, I guess, because, oh yeah, I can see that, SMR. Okay, looks interesting. I'm just going to move it to the secondary list. The ITR daily is very strong. I'm just going to check it, just a second. Short and secondary is going to be SMR. Okay, the ITR, it was a earnings stock today. Okay, I have it. Daily is very strong. Yeah, but it looks like toppy. It looks like a little bit toppy, I must tell you. And the pre-market volume is quite good. And I love the fact that it's getting close to this $100 level as well. It's still like $2 a day or $3, to be precise in the pre-market. Sorry, I don't think so it's a problem, but you know what? I'm just checking the news exactly what happened with $3. This country retailer fell more than 7%, reporting second quarter earnings and revenue that exceeded analyst expectations. So with that information, I agree with you that we should be cautious. The stock had already soared 62% in the past 6 months and 49% year-to-date in 2025. But sometimes, you know, traders and investors are bracing for the earnings. Earnings was really good for this stock, for this company at the moment. And might you know, both on 80, might want to cash in a little bit. So that's why I would say that maybe sell the news event is going to take place on the ITR. However, I completely agree with you that the news, first of all, it was not bad because it did not miss. And second, it's really strong on the daily, and yesterday it made like a doji, which means, you know, that might it continues higher. Well, let's see. At the moment, I'm going to call it to the short side, but I agree with you that we should be a little bit careful with that stock. There are not that many investors disappointed. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm going to be careful, but the fact, you know, that it's down almost like 8%, it can scare some investors or traders. But let's see how many. Whether it's going to be enough, you know, to see a broader pullback on the overall stock. So far, I don't know yet. We are going to watch it and go with the flow. Okay, guys, we have a little bit more, not too many big movers today though. Six Flags Entertainment Fun is not that funny today, down 1%. Stripe just downgraded it. I think I never traded this stock. It's funny, but fun was never traded by me, and the reason for that, I think it's the low volume. I'm not going to just touch it today either. Tech Resources, TECK, it's here as well. This is a Canadian miner, which just fell more than 2%. This is a very low volume stock, as I see, not a very low price stock. Volume it's quite okay. This is a little messy in the pre-market. I'm going to try to call it to the short side, but not my favorite call for today. And VIR, Biotechnology, it is up 3% after Evercore ISI initiated the coverage with an outperforming rating on the company. That's quite good news for this biotech stock. Biotech stocks can be quite hectic. At the moment, VIR is up 3%, 53,000. Not my ultimate favorite, but the fact that the small stocks can have quite of a big potential, it just gets me to the fact that we should just put it to the long list. Zuki, Apple, Google, Macy's, yeah, all of them on my long list, and I do not have too much. Soundhound, yes, Soundhound is just up and down, making quite a nice reversal now. I like it. I will love much better over $14, but I agree with you that we should watch Soundhound. And after that, let's just watch the overall watch list here. I mean my stocks on the watch list. which is SoundHound definitely is there. Tesla is quite strong too, 1.72%, PLTR back 1%. UPSD Unity, UPSD was kind of a big mover yesterday to the downside. AFRM is higher now. SMCI, Hood, Coin are pushing higher. Triple Q does not stop. Meta, Roblox, MU, AMD, Nike, and Amazon are still on the green side. And to the really weak side, I still see BABA, XOM, like oil stocks are pushing back a little bit. Microsoft is in red, plus Netflix, and even, as I see, PepsiCo and JP Morgan. So these we still can watch them. However, I must tell you, I cannot see too many more candidates for today. I think it's enough to start the day with, but I'm going to be careful with the overall day. AOST looks interesting for short as well, below the support on daily. I'm just going to check it. I think I don't have it. I think it's not tradable, unfortunately, but we can definitely check it on another platform. So traders, I have my watch list for today. As I mentioned, you not too many candidates, but hopefully it's enough to make a similar beautiful green day just like yesterday. And there is no doubt that Google, Apple, and Macy's are going to be my favorites. Hi there, good morning to you. Alright traders, so that's it for today for the preparation session. VIP room traders, 44 room traders, Scott, DVG, Clifton, thank you very much and have a beautiful green day. And of course tomorrow I'm going to see you at 9 a.m. as always. Take care and see you tomorrow. Bye guys.
Traders, good morning and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to a beautiful Wednesday, middle of the week hump day. And yes, we are smack dab in the middle. We've got 2 days in back of us, 2 days in front of us, and I'm starting the week off slow. I don't know how you all are doing, but I am slow. 2 profitable days, but 2 small profitable days and not really a ton of fun. And reason behind it, purely we've got the lesser volume in the market. It's been a little bit slow. So, okay, I get it, but we'll have to deal with that as we start going higher or lower here in the market space and see if we do get that pullback that DBG was talking about here in September. Thank you to Aggie for getting us going this morning. Appreciate that, as we do each and every day. We've got a split market this morning. We're going to talk about that and more as we get this day going. We'll start off with Asia in the overnight session here. Why do we care about Asia? Why do we care about the global economy? Why do we care about what happens in Europe? Well, it all goes hand in hand, and we just try to develop a good sense of what's happening in the global marketplace to give you a better feel for the market, okay? It's not specific to a stock, but it's a good feel for what happens around you, and I think it's important to know that each and every morning. Nikkei, down 372. Hong Kong Hang Seng, down 153. Shanghai and China, down 45. Europe's still in session right now, and that market is green. German DAX up 111. FTSE in UK up 21. CAC 40 in Paris up 58. Three markets up in Europe, three markets down in Asia. And lo and behold, we have a split market here in the US of A. Dow futures down 91. NASDAQ futures up 168.5. S&P futures up 24 and a quarter. Okay, so what happens? Well, that happens. NASDAQ up big. Why? Because Google is out there. We'll talk about that and more. What's happening in the gold space? Up $29 now. We're not past 3,400. We're not past 3,500. We're past 3,600 now on gold, rallying up $29, 69.21.70 per troy ounce. Silver's up almost 30 cents, 27.9 cents, 41.35. Copper's down. Platinum is up. Palladium is down. Okay. What's happening out there? Google in the news. Alphabet stock popping 6% this morning in pre-market after Google avoids breakup in the antitrust case. So they've won and they're moving forward, right? And that's a good thing, I think. Okay, Macy's in the news, popping, that's M, for those of you keeping track, popping 10%. Retailer tops earning estimates, raises outlook. So there's one retailer that's doing pretty well in the marketplace, right? And that is Macy's. Okay. So those two things going on. We've got the rest of the market here. Treasury yield 30-year tops 5%. Briefly, as traders deal with the tariff uncertainty, still uncertain about where we are with the tariff. So that should be interesting to get that cleared up as we go into the end of the year here. Okay, we are also on the night, not on the night. Yeah, we're on the night of the NFL season starting. That starts tomorrow, Thursday. And that's always big for gambling stocks, always big for economy, always big for travel, so on and so forth. So we'll see how that works out. That's Thursday night, tomorrow night, as we get going here. So there you have it. Oil, like we said, down $1.20. We didn't say down to 64.39. Nat gas up this morning. And that's really about it. Take a look at crypto. Bitcoin's up $740, 740 and a quarter, up to 111,395. Okay. With that, let's say good morning to everybody here in the room and then get this day cranked up and ready to rock and roll. Clifton, good morning to you. Steve, good morning. Andy, good morning. Johantan, good morning. Yes, got in. Thank you so much. Good. Brian, good morning. Mark, good morning. Andy, good morning. Zuki, good morning. Darren, what do you say? Good morning, my friend. Yep, perfect. Mark, yep. Seth, good morning to you. Good morning. Yep. Dan M, good morning. Jeff, good morning. Divide, good morning. Jay, what do you say? And Miguel, good morning. Okay, not a ton that I love this morning once again, but we'll watch it here. First one is DLTR. This is my favorite stock of the day, and this is to the downside. DLTR short this morning under 102, and I will pick this thing up. I'm going to show you what my plan is here in just a minute. NVDA hopefully has a little comeback today as Google's lifting this NASDAQ 171.50 long. Okay, there's the second post. Also, third post here, I want to get this over 225. This will be a Google trade. I'll post the alert here, Google G-O-O-G-L. Yep, there you go. Over long 225. Okay, so we'll watch that. Big gap up here this morning, about $15 from yesterday's close, but that's a good thing. And that stock, if you look at the daily, okay, we can see that this stock here, go back here. There we go. All-time highs now breaking out on Google. So this is a big, huge move for Google. Be careful so we don't get caught at the top. But if we do start to break out again, I want to be part of that, riding it up to 228. Okay, Macy's, I'll probably pass on. In fact, it doesn't move as much as I would want. So I'm going to replace this here. There we go. With DLTR. Okay, I'll pull Macy's back over here. There we go. Macy's right here. And then I will put Apple right here where DLTR was. Okay. AAPL, Scott, there you go. Okay, perfect. Now we're all set. First target on this is the DLTR trade under 102. Let me just show you the yearly here, or the daily. 102 down here gets us to 100, and then gets us all the way down to like 95. So if we can get this, if it pops up a little bit here, we could still take it under 100, but I'd prefer to get it a little bit higher here, make a little bit better run at it, and we'll add under 100 if it so chooses. Last but not least here is ZS. Zscale this morning, I'll give you the what's happened with this company here. ZS this morning under 275. This is going to be a short. And again, under 275. I'll show you and tell you exactly what's happening with the stock this morning so you feel good about it. This is Zscaler, right? And the news on it is as follows. It comes out, rose nearly 2%, topped analyst expectations for the fiscal fourth quarter, top and bottom line. Adjusted 89 cents per share on 719 million, while analysts poll were looking at 80 cents for 707 million. The company also issued guidance for the current quarter, but beaten down here. And if it gets under this 274, I'm going to be shorting it. Now, the other piece is this stock can actually pop here. Take a look at it on the daily before we get the day started here. And again, you see where we're at 274. This stock turns around 280. We're going to grab 290-300 here, probably in the short term. May not be today, but you got to be cognizant of that. So we can go either way on this stock. We'll watch this as we get started here. Okay, we are open in about 2 minutes. We'll get DVG in here this morning and get him acclimated to the room, ready to rock and roll. And ZS just failed to the downside here, so we'll keep an eye on this and more as we get the day going.
Hey, Scott, good morning. You hear me?
Hey, I can hear you perfect. Good morning to you. How are you?
Doing all right. I am getting back to 100%, and it feels great.
Right?
Being under the weather is awful. So for then you guys getting sick out there, whatever's floating around, it's pretty gnarly. So good morning, 44 Trade Nation. Hope everybody is doing fantastic. I have only a few names on the radar today. Palantir, Apple, Google. I'm keeping it pretty simple today. Obviously, there's plenty of other stocks and things I'll probably be floating around, but those are the three stocks we'll be paying really close attention to today. Apple obviously reaping the benefit of Google's ruling, and Google just absolutely ripping. So do I want to see a little bit of a pullback? Absolutely. Let's use anchored VWAPs, as we know anytime we see a big move like that, we want to be cognizant of what that may look like. So I'll be watching for pullbacks in Google this morning at the open and looking to see if we get a bounce off of some key levels, which are kind of there right now based on an anchored VWAP. It's right around 225.60 or so. Maybe we get a subtle undercut to around that pre-market low around 223. So be keeping a very close eye on that. Be cautious because there probably will be some people taking profits. Meanwhile, Apple, though, on the verge of trying to push to that 260 all-time high. Let's see if we can maybe get kind of a similar move on Apple. Back to you, Scott.
Yep. I'm watching Apple as well this morning, and again, we're going to be open here in about 10 seconds. So let's have a great day today, traders. Make sure you're posting your trades, helping the room out, questioning, looking, everything, so we can be better traders all together. So if you've got something out there, let us know. We do have an IPO today. We tried to have it yesterday, right? The KLAR. Yeah. So we'll watch that today as we get the day going.
Getting ready to go long on Palantir here in a moment. I'll wait.
There goes ZS. Not even a chance here to get into it.
There goes Google.
The LTR down, ZS down. I wanted to see these pop a little bit, then drop, but we're not going to get that really quick. Okay. Wow, ZS getting hammered.
Wow, AMD also getting hammered.
I may start a small long position here on ZS.
Look at Palantir. No trade on Palantir. Thank goodness. I was watching for maybe a pullback, but I was not expecting a 3-point flush here.
opportunity, right? Okay, 262. I'll go long here on the ZS trade.
Watching coin here, 302.50. Both
If we get
directions.
below 260, I'll take it through 260 here, which looks like it probably will do that, which is fine. 262, or if it goes through 260.
I'll be patient on Apple here. Seeing some selling here.
I'm long the stock. 263, I'm going to add. 265 will be my target here.
Waiting for a 50% retrace. Apple 234.70-ish.
There's the add 263 right now. I am full share size now. ZS to the upside. 260 will be my stop. 265 is my target. 265 target. And I will probably come out of all shares at 265. 262 entry, 263 add. Now we just need 265. Should happen quickly. Little spread, not bad. Come on, 264. There we go. Now 265 next. Let's go.
I like the pullback on Apple here. Watching 234.70 area. Let's see what we get if we get a bounce around there.
Here we go. 265 target. 50 cents to go. 265.
Look at the IWM now. IWM ripping.
I'm going to go in at PLTR 156. 157 PLTR. I may not have time to post it here. 157 PLTR long. 156 will be my stop. No trade yet.
I might join you that, Palantir.
PLTR.
I want to get in a little early. 156.80. It's just slightly earlier than what you're proposing there.
Yeah, 158 target. ZS back down.
Look at IWM, just ripping right now.
Let me take a look at IWM. Yeah, nice. Okay, no trade PLTR. I'm long ZS.
I think Google has a chance of breaking out here. I'm really trying to be patient on Google. I'd love to have seen a little more of a pullback, but
yeah, really.
I think here at the all-time highs, I don't think it's going to go much lower. Apple, though, I'm getting real interested. 235 area. So let's keep an eye on that. If we start breaking that and don't hold, then fine, we can wait. But we're right near pre-market lows after the big pop.
Big, huge move now on ZS. This is going to make my morning traders here. Now we got 266, and I'm coming out here 3/4 of the trade out. ZS this morning. That's a 4-point trade on ZS this morning.
I'm going to go for it. 227.
Way to go. Way to go. Way to go.
55.
That works for me. Yep, cash register is open now. 65 break to the downside, or 264 break to the downside, I'll be out. And I'm looking for possibly 270 on this rebound. Remember, just 1/4 of the size left. And I am long PLTR right here. All right.
Let's see here.
156 break to the downside, I'll be out of PLTR. And watch ZS here.
Keeping an eye on Apple here. I have to be long on Google. 227.55. I'm going to see if we get a push there, and then we take the top off here. We almost got there. We got to 51, so not quite. I'm tempted to short AMD, though. 161.10 is kind of a big, for whatever reason, random number, but big level. 161.10. All right, I'll do it. Okay, keeping an eye on Apple here at this 234.72 area. Again, that's about a 50% retrace from the push. Let's see, maybe we get a subtle undercut under that 50% retrace, and then as we bounce through there, that might be where I get in. 234.72. Just seeing if we hold that level or not. If we break that level, I'm not interested.
Still watching ZS.
Here
Apple
comes
on its way
Google.
down.
We're in Google. Here at the all-time highs. Fingers crossed we get a big blue sky breakout here. And I will add, if we get over this session high, we're pretty darn close. So 227.85. I'm going for it right here. Full size Google long. Here comes Apple 234.72. Let's get a needle and thread. Let's break that level and then come back through it. I won't put it out there yet, but 234.72 is where I'm watching. A little game of patience today.
Okay,
Here's pulling
PLTR,
back
I'm
sharply.
out of the trade. PLTR with a loss. PLTR. Started small share size. That's okay. Still got the ZS quarter.
Guys, keys are pulling back sharply. Be careful. Palantir, wow. Glad we didn't take that trade.
I took it.
Well, oh, really?
Yeah.
You went long?
Yep. I got long right at the VWAP here, and I just got stopped out.
Oh, geez. I was looking at that one for a long. It looked great pre-market, but man, I was not expecting a big pullback like that.
Yeah. Okay. Let me put. Here, I'm going to take this DLTR off here. I'm going to put Apple over here, and I'm going to go long Apple this morning here. 236 Apple long. If we get their small share size to start.
Full size Google. Let's see how far we could go in this topside breakout, guys. I don't know, 232? At this point, who knows, right? Flip a coin. There we go. There we go, Google. Come to Papa. Let's go. Let's go. Now we wait. Very nice.
Remember what I said, 264 on ZS, and I'll be out. Well, I wanted to take this NVDA over 170. Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
No trade AMD, guys. I might be able to get in cheaper, aka short at a higher level. 161.55. I'll move it up. Okay, let's watch Apple here. We're getting there. 234.72. That's where I want to see a little breakdown. We pretty much got there right now. I mean, almost to the penny. Actually, we did get there. 234.72 to the penny. Low of session at this point. I want to see an undercut, like a violent little shove underneath that 50% retrace, and that'll be where I get in. 234.72. Let's get a push, 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 push. Arguably, I could have shorted into this, but that's all right. Okay, there's the tag under 72. Here we go. I'm watching this like a hawk right now. Let's get a break. There we go. Keep pushing lower, lower, lower. Get some fear there. And then that's where I'm going to be putting my entry in. It's 234.72, guys. Yeah, let's come on. Break, break, break. There we go. There we go. Keep going.
No trade on Apple. I'm still in the ZS trade, still holding on to some.
This is, I think, where we turn around there. I thought we'd get a deeper cut on that 234.72, but that's a perfect 50% retrace. So 234.72 is where I want to be. I may get in a little bit early on a market order, and I'm going to short coin probably here. Watching this 304 print. Let's see if we get a 304 entry. I'll put it out there, 304. We may not. There we go. We're in coin. Small size. No trade AMD. All right, I'm going to go long Apple here, guys. 234.72 is where I really wanted to be in. So if we go a little bit lower, undercut and bounce, I'm more than happy to build. But I'm going to start with a, quarter size or so. I'm going to add to Google here. Now we're at 229. I'm going to add. Okay, we're in Apple. Not my favorite entry in the world. We got it at 235.24. Womp womp. Not the greatest.
May not matter here though, if it goes.
Yeah, Google looking great. I just added another half size position. So for those of you guys that are patient enough to wait, 234.72. That's the ideal entry on Apple. I just it moved in and around that area too quick for me to get filled. Now I'm watching Palantir around. Where did it get to? 152.71. So 153 maybe, if it can get there. Could be interesting. Google, no partial yet. I want to see 232 before I take anything off.
Traders, I'm out of the rest of the ZS trade. Z Zebra S Scott done. And now I'll be looking around for one more trade here. DLTR possible to the downside. No trade on Google. Apple, maybe. See if it recovers.
The water's warm on Google. We're right here. 230 we should rip.
All-time highs here on Google.
Yep. I mean, it's the ruling is like, so right now we're at pre-market high was right here, right where we're at right now. It's 229.85 or so. And we're there. So we should break out now into the 230s. And if that happens, I'm waiting for 232. And some of you guys may be wondering why that number. I basically am just taking the overall size of the move from yesterday, which is about 17%, looking at a 50% retrace, and then take half of that and put it above. So you're talking about 8 points above the 50% retrace, right around 220.76, which is essentially right at that all-time high, or pre-market high, and then see a little bit of carryover from a breakout.
Come on. Okay, I'm going to go 235 Apple long. I'll make the adjustment here. I'll delete this message here, put in the next, and that's going to be a 235 long Apple. And what I'll do is I'll limp into the trade and, oh, there we go. Okay. I'll limp into the trade and then I will add here at 236 break. So let's just wait on it.
Hey,
VDA looking better.
I'm going to add to a losing trade here on Apple, 234.72, but I'm going to double the size of my initial entry because that's the number I have marked. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But 234.72, we're in. So for those of you guys that were patient enough to wait, that's the level that I was really watching. So
IWM, nice pullback here, DVG.
Coin, I'm gonna dump it. Luckily it was small size, but coin we're out. It was kind of a 50-50 trade there. Come on, Google, don't slow down now. Okay, we are full size in Apple now. No partial Google yet. In fact, I'll be right back.
Watch Apple for the entry. Again, 235 entry on Apple. Would be nice to see it go. PLTR, again, 156 would be fine. Can't believe we got spiked out of that trade. Okay, I'm long Apple, right on the number 235. Long Apple. I'm looking at 236 will add to the trade. 236 we will add. Come on, Apple. Stand strong. Go Apple, go. We'll add over that 236. Actually, add over the VWAP here on Apple. Watch the 236 add.
All right.
There's the ad. We're full share size now on Apple. 237 target. This could be another great trade.
Absolutely. Let's see. 9 minutes. Do we have jolts today? Yeah. Job openings. At 10 o'clock today. So I'm going to wait for a breakout over 230 on Google. Hopefully we get it. Apple looking fantastic right now. Palantir now. Ah, jeez. Maybe ahead of these jolts openings, I may take some off the Google trade. I mean, yeah, it's full size. It's not, I wanted more. I got like a little less than 2 points right now. But maybe during jolts, we get a jolt in the market. We'll see. Palantir, though, man, I really wanted to get in this trade. Even heck, 155 would have been awesome, but I'll wait. I might be too late.
Jerome Powell, too late, we call him. Everybody calls him that, actually.
Come on, Apple. Don't slow down now. I want to see it break out over 236.60. That's the should get the big leg of the move to the upside if we get it on Apple. All right, I'm going to take some off Google here in a bit. Can always add later, but I want to take some of this risk off coming into the 10 o'clock jolts opening. All right. Got my 229 print. Not ideal, though.
This is a big, huge move for me again here. So blessed to have these two trades. Now we're through 236 again on Apple. Looking at 237 now as target. If we can get there, this is going to be a great, great day.
Awesome. I really love when you and I are in the same trades, man.
Yeah, it's great.
It's always nice. It's never fun when we're on the opposing side. It happens. But when I'm like, hey, one of us is going to be right, one of us is going to be wrong, that's not always fun. Yeah, this Google trade's nice, but I don't know. I thought we'd get a more violent shove to the upside. We can still get it. We've got like, I want to say 3/4 size because we did a full size, then we did a half size add, and then I took half of that position off. So let's see if we can get like a proper move. Anybody take Google? Anybody?
PLTR right back. Yep, it's the one that beat me up a little bit today.
Yeah, I'm going to see what it does down at 155. If it gets back down there and holds. I'm going to do the same thing with Apple here. I still like coin 304 short. In fact, I may take it again here. All right, we'll go for it. 304 short again. Coin. This time, my stop will be over 307.50, so I'm going to risk a little more than I did before, but I want to see it break 300 today. Why, you may ask? Well, I definitely think the rise of gold as a commodity is adhering to my, I mean, I could actually hold this longer term for a short. We'll see. I think there's going to be some bullish behavior for a while in crypto until it isn't. Because if once BRICS makes their announcement, I have a feeling that cryptocurrency is going to tank. Coin may be a benefactor of it, though, because a lot of people have their wallets there, but most of the people that own Bitcoin and or gold right now are big institutions, not retail traders. Just my cue the disclaimer. Just an opinion, not financial advice. So.
And Apple straight back down. Don't like that at all.
Three minutes before we get that data.
Not really a market mover on the data typically, but we'll see.
Yeah. I just think, I mean, again, the dual mandate, we've got inflation and the jobs is all supposedly the Fed cares about.
Yeah.
September, I think 16th, if I'm not mistaken, is when they're supposed to come out with the actual decision on whether they're going to cut or not. Or in coin, guys. I'll tell you one thing, man. If he doesn't cut rates, that could be interesting.
People are not going to like that, right?
No, it's definitely not. I tried to keep it pretty simple today. Apple, Google, Palantir. I'm fiddling around here with coin. But all right, guys,
and
2 minutes.
I'm being patient here on the Apple trade. So just hold on. I doubt that we'll see a move on the JOLTS report, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, unless it's a huge miss. I mean, I'm with you on that. There goes the breakout on Google. Finally, guys. Finally. There we go. 230 print, baby. Let's see if we get a real big leg up. So for those of you guys that were watching, we're paying attention to why the move on Google. Well, there's quite a few reasons, but basically, like, Google didn't have to divest the Android operating system. They will keep Chrome. They're not required to cease payments to Apple and others for preloading Google on their products. And they didn't have to sell off any portion of their Android operating system. So, like, they basically had to keep everything. That's a pretty good ruling. Palantir. Golly. Scott.
I know.
I'm bummed that you got thrashed on this one.
Yep.
This was the one I was watching for. Okay.
Yeah, you know what, though? I only had a couple hundred shares. I was going to build into it, so it wasn't bad. I thought for sure this trade was easy. We just flipped over the VWAP. I thought we were going to start to take off, so had a little chance there. Now I'm in an Apple with full share size, so this needs to work for me.
All right. Some news. Data just in. Factory orders came in line, negative 1.3%. That was right in line. And then it looks like JOLTS job data is a little light. Markets don't care. 7.181 million versus 7.38 million. So, yeah, a little light. Durables, month over month, right in line, negative 2.5%. Again, that's not really good, but in line equals maybe some optimism. I'm going to take some off of Apple here in a moment, unless we get a big push here around 236.60. If we get above that, we should move at least to 237. I'd love to see 237. And then Google, I'm going to probably take half my position off if we shoot through, let's just call it 231.5 or so. I really want 232, but we'll see. I'll wait. Nice push on the Qs here. Guys, here comes 231 on Google. Anybody in this trade?
I just need Apple. That's all I need right now.
I'm going to take some off of Apple here in a sec, though. I don't like this rejection on the view up. Oh, my God. Mm-mm-mm. Come on, Apple, wake up. All right, here comes Google.
Wow, Google now breaking out again at the top.
Yeah.
I just didn't see, could have taken it probably the third candle in. I just didn't see that pullback that I wanted. And I didn't want to get caught up at the top of the trade. That's all.
Yeah. Well, I was right there with you. I mean, I put mine out there as a it was a nibble if we pushed higher. It was a little higher than I wanted to be as well. But I saw it literally bounce off the 200 EMA, didn't even get a deep enough cut on the pullback, and it just held. So, and I started seeing order flow like literally 200,000 shares loaded up right near the high. And I'm like, okay, if that's a buyer, we should start to scoot. And we got lucky. So now we're just in position to, take profit, bank profit. But I was just bullish because that it ruled in their favor on everything. Like Google didn't lose at all in that lawsuit. So all right. Let's see.
ZS off the bottom now.
Palantir 158 now. Come on, man. Mm-mm-mm. All right, we're going to get ready to take a partial on Google here. Thank you. Beautiful trade on Google. You still have some runners left. Can't lose this trade, though. Can't lose.
Yeah, super good trade, DBG. Nice.
Thank you, sir. And then with Apple, unless we go to 236.60 on this candle, I will take a partial on the 236 print here. Let's see what we do. We're above 236 now. Looks nice. I'm looking for a big green candle, 236.60. Then I can wait till 237. Qs are pushing higher. SPY is pushing higher. Worth noting, SPY all-time high is up at 649.48. We're sitting at 642, so we've got about 1% more to the upside to hit all-time highs on the SPY. And then the Qs really have some room, up to 583 for all-time highs. So you figure that's 2.5% or so, 2.25%. Still being patient on coin. I'm going to add under 304 again. Good break.
Yeah, I think it's a great time to come into Apple. We're right at the VWAP here. If we start to take off over that 236 again, great time to add, great time to get in my opinion. Continue to watch this.
I'm watching AMD. Looks good for a breakout to the upside here. But if it gets rejected, I will be waiting to short it. I shorted that yesterday, if you guys remember. And we got caught. Oh man, Palantir's gonna go, man. I'd hate to buy in now and then drops back to 155. That is a very nice. There's a 4-letter word I think of. Bostic saying is not ruling out a September rate cut, depending on incoming jobs data report. Which, yeah, no doubt.
Do that, yeah, really.
Thanks for the enlightenment there. All right, let's see what we got coming up, y'all. Because we have jobs data this week, right? Oh,
Yep.
yeah. Jobless claims Thursday. Thursday at 8:30. So before market opens. Non-farm. Yep. Okay. So yeah, Thursday will make a difference, I think. That data will make a difference. Here we go. Non-farm payrolls. Government payrolls, non-farm payroll, manufacturing payrolls. That's Friday. So Thursday and Friday.
Okay, no other trades right now.
Join me on this coin trade. Whee!
I'll take a look at it here. Yep.
Now, you know what? Actually, I think you would like this more so for a long trade. I'm short it right now at 304, but it's bouncing right above the close. So I'm starting to get a little more bullish on it than bearish, but I'm in position already.
Anything above that VWAP, two things to consider. A, it's up for the day, right? In an up market, and then B, it's just below the VWAP, so anything above 305.06 would be a long.
163.40. I'm going to enter AMD short. We're in. Yay.
I think DLTR has got a good short opportunity too, 102.
I'll pull it up. DLTR? Was that Dollar Tree? What is that?
Yep.
I don't think I've ever traded Dollar Tree, to be honest.
Dollar Tree. I'll put it right up here because I'm going to take the trade. Okay, DLTR short 102. Stop loss 103, target 100.
I have a hard stop on AMD at 163.80. So I'm only going to give it 40 cents. Which totally could happen right now at this top side. It looks like it wants to break out. So normally I would have gone long here, but the only reason I'm going short is, frankly, I'm not nearly as bullish on AMD as I am on like NVDA, stuff like that. Come on, Apple, wake up. What are you doing? All right, I lied. I'm gonna move it to 88, 163.88. So 48 cents, a little less than 50 cents risk on AMD. But if we break down here, I'm looking for basically right around the close, like 162-ish, 1.5, 2 to 1. I'm gonna add the coin here in a bit, guys. Oh, AMD like it. There we go. Guys, I'm taking some off Apple here. This could be the time when it breaks out, but I'm taking risk off the table right now. AMD, baby. Come on. Break 163. I'll go full size on you. There we go. There we go. Full size. Add. Boom. AMD. Same stop. Let's see if we can get a real breakdown now. Again, I'd like to see 162.
8 cents away on DLTR short. Now 20 cents. Now 9. Let's go 112 break. We'll be short.
I'm glad we took some off on Google. Jeez. Brutal. Come on, AMD. Break the close. Come to Papa. Let's go. Watch the cues, guys. I'm got a bearish engulf here. I'm going to add the coin here. Ah, 304.02. Ah, whatever. It's fine. Again, coin's a little bit riskier just because it can move 2 to 3 points like out of nowhere. But guys, AMD. Wow, what an entry, guys. Let's go. Oh, baby. Yes. Woohoo. Oh, yeah. A false breakout on AMD. That is perfection, guys. Absolutely love that. Getting ready to take a partial here on AMD in just a moment. Let's see if we get a break into 162, like a fast undercut there. We won't be greedy. We'll pay ourselves first.
You're right at the VWAP there. So you break through it, and then 162 should get it.
Yeah. Like any 161 print would be fantastic. In what, 3 minutes, 4 minutes? I'll take that risk. 2 to 1 all day. Still doing all right on Google. We'll hang on. Let's see. What's the low on coin today? 302.89. We know 302.50, guys, is the big level on coin. You could argue it's 303, right? But 302.50 for whatever reason, there just seems to be a ton of money stacked up on coin there. So if we break 302.50 today, this could be a hallelujah trade. Or we get, 10 points out of nowhere. Cue the disclaimer. Come on, AMD. A little more. Break down, please. Jeff, you're NVIDIA? Pull it up. Yeah, same kind of deal. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, little false breakout. Big thing is like pre-market levels. So I was watching pre-market highs on AMD, and then I was watching price action, and a huge order block stacked, or sell order stacked up there, like right 163.50 area, and then it got bought. So at first I was like, uh-oh, that could be the breakout move. And so I put a hard stop there. But it was a big sell order that hit the tape. And someone was buying it, but that sell order obviously greater than the buy order. So hence the move to the downside. The power of level 2.
There you go.
What do you guys think? Partial on AMD, or do we wait for the 161 print? Quick decision here. Do we get the 160, the break under 162, or should I take some off right here? The fact that I'm asking that, this fact makes me believe.
I know. Questioning
take the partial. Right? Yeah, if you're questioning it, take the partial, right? But
yep, always pay yourself first. I can't stress it enough. It's one of those things that, I mean, you just heard DVG walk through it. It's one of those things that goes through every trader's mind. It's like, when do I take the partial? And man, you know what? If I take it now and it runs, then shoot, I'm going to miss out on more money, right? But the one thing that needs to go in the back of your head is at least you've secured the money, right? At least you've got the money in the bank. There's no questioning it. You can let it run with a partial, and it may not make you a ton of money, but percentage-wise, it increases your percentage winning, your winning percentage and take-home percentage. So, my advice is to always take the partial. If you're feeling it in your heart, it's probably a good time to do it. The other thing that I would say is sell into the strength of the move. So when you see that stock running into the way that you have it done, whether it's long or short, when it starts to run, sell into the run. Don't wait for it to bottom or top. Sell into the run and then keep some and see what happens. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we've got 50 cents to go on this Apple trade, and we will absolutely kill this. I have a suspicious feeling that we're going to take down 237 and go towards 238. And if that's the case, this is going to be a gigantic day for myself.
Absolutely.
So,
yeah, we finally got that push. Again, 236.60 is where I wanted to see it hit, and we just got there on Apple. And I'm going to take it out of coin here. And thank you guys for participating in the poll, because you guys know the rules. Pay yourself first. Rule number 1, partial up on AMD. We still have a move to downside short, but guys, everything looking pretty bullish. Palantir now ripping 159. That is terrible. I really wanted to get long that trade and just didn't get a chance to. Oh, well. But we had some winners today. Google, Apple, AMD, all looking great. We messed around with coin twice. First time, small losing trade. Second time, small losing trade. That's all right. You win some, you lose some. But these trades on Apple and Google, without a doubt, I mean, we kept it simple today. The only one I missed was Palantir, so hopefully some of you guys were able to participate in that trade. But come on, Apple. Keep going. I'll take some off here at 237 print. Come on. Pop, pop, pop. There it is. There it is. So we're out the coin trade, y'all. Ooh. Ooh. Here we go. We should get like a 40-cent move right now on Apple. There's some buyers stacking up behind there. I'm getting ready to sell into that strength of the move, like you said, Scott, on Apple. I want to see like a 237.40-ish, like a pop, and I will sell into that.
Why not, right?
Here we go. Here it comes. Looks great. And then we could let the rest run. Still have the AMD short. But thanks to you guys, we did take a partial.
It's all good. Look at us now on Apple. What did I tell you? 238. I get close to 238, and I am calling it a day early. This has been two big, huge trades for me now with full share size, one losing trade. And again, it's not the number of trades that you take, it's the number of green trades that you take, right? So again, Apple is looking fantastic here. ZS, big winning trade this morning, over $4, actually almost $5 on ZS. Losing trade on PLTR, and a massive winning trade now on Apple if we can get it. Again, Apple trade here, the first entry. I was a little late to the party, but the 235 entry Apple, 236 add, now 237, and on our way up to 238. All well.
Mm-hmm. Look at the buyers stacking up on Apple. This is where we should get the pop now. For those of you guys that pay attention to your volume profile, notice that we are getting progressively higher in volume. We're still kind of tapering off a little bit, but wait for a big green bar coming up here. We're going to get it. Now's the time if Apple does want to push. Meanwhile, though, Google is pulling back. So luckily, we got paid all the way up on Google, but kind of getting to that point where maybe we're pulling back, lightening up the load a little bit for a potential push higher. But right now, people probably doing what I did, take profits.
Go Apple. Straight like a rocket ship now. Run.
All right. You know what? It's good enough for me on Apple. We probably are going to get that pop here, but I'm going to take some off of Apple here. That works. I'm going to leave the runners on Google. I'm going to give it a little bit of drawdown. So I still won't lose on the trade. Guys, Palantir. I hate that you took it, though, and got thrashed. But, man, that was the one. That was the one I wanted to really get in on the long side. And,
Yeah.
I was messing around with Apple and Google.
Well, I mean, I got hit out because of the spike down, and it was quick. And I don't know if I panicked, but it just was not what I wanted to have happen.
Yeah. No, I mean, that was heck, I thought we were going to, draw down a tiny bit, bounce like maybe to the VWAP, maybe. Or sorry, close. And we shattered it. I was like, oh, okay, I guess I won't play that game, but now look at it. Ugh. Brutal. They're playing games these days, Scott.
Yep.
Now I'm not so sure I want this AMD trade anymore. I'll wait. Ooh, look at coin and AMD. Hey, we were talking about coin. I was like, hey, if it keeps holding this close, it's looking bullish. And look at it go now. Getting the topside breakout here over the high of session. We got ran over on it, but worth noting, I did say it was a 50-50 trade right in that area. AMD, come on. Q's now, high of session. Man, I really hope for those of you guys that are, even if you're new to trading or if you've been trading a long time, never forget this moment. Because I don't know about you, Scott, but I have never seen, maybe 99.com boom, maybe. I have never seen a market this resilient.
Yep. It's great. I mean, I think you have a couple of things going. You have a president that's pro-business, Republican. People can get behind that and, make how can you say it, make longer term commitments to the to what's happening. And then you've got the economy, which is doing better, and you've got people working now. I mean, so there's a lot of things that go into it, and all that I'm trying to talk about now is just that you've got more positive things happening in the marketplace to where people will react with their wallets. The one piece though, DVG, the one piece that we have not fixed yet, or that we have not really addressed very well yet, is the housing piece. And meaning that interest rates, right?
Mm.
And if you look at the housing markets, they're fairly, I don't know if I can use the word stagnant. I'll just say that, if you read about the mortgage rates, we haven't really had a significant drop to where it starts to really attract the buyers. And so I think that's the little missing piece here coming up. And I think if we get that,
the missing link.
Yeah, the missing link.
Yeah, I mean, if they end up cutting rates on the 7, I mean, I don't know if it's a quarter point, it's at least something. If it's half a point, I mean, I'm looking at names like, in the IWM, KRE, ENPH, heck, Carvana probably, believe it or not, Tesla maybe. But the way I'm looking at it is IWM for me is my indicator on how bullish people are on the rate cut. That's and KRE. So the fact that IWM is, up near 234 today, I'd say people are pretty bullish on a rate cut coming. I am paying pretty close attention though too to the dollar index. I was talking to a friend of mine, and was like, "Hey, question for you. What do you look at when you make a trade or investment or whatever?" And I'm like, "Well, that's two different questions. Taking a trade is one thing. Making an investment's another thing." And so we started chatting about a few different things, and when I mentioned to him about trades and like looking at different indicators and all this other stuff, he's like, "Man, you really like look into a lot of this stuff before taking a trade." I'm like, "Yeah, don't you?" He goes, "No. If I see a line going up, I buy it." And when I heard it, it made me chuckle. I'm like, you know what? Sometimes simple investing is the way to do it. You just, don't overthink it. Line goes up, buy. Line goes down, sell, Let's see what we got here. It looks like Darren took my profits DLTR, done for the day. 3 green, 1 red. All right. Nice, Darren. Cool. That's not a bad swing of the bat there. Jay, home buyers and sellers need to meet. Don't think rate cuts will help sellers get payments close to where sellers are. Wait. Rate cuts will help sellers get payments close to where sellers are. You meant buyers. Okay, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, actually, what I think is interesting. So this was troubling back in the 2008. You guys remember the financial crisis time frame? If you haven't seen The Big Short, check out that movie. By the way, they're not a sponsor, but it's a good movie. But there was a period of time where what you would do is if the property could appraise, so let's say, for example, you got I don't know, let's just use I mean, what are places out in Florida going for? Probably like $1 million these days.
For what? For just the? I mean, you
Like
got it all over the place, but
like I'd say, probably average is probably like 600-700, maybe something
yeah,
like that.
depending. I mean, it's just like anywhere else. I mean, we've got lower priced homes inland. You've got more expensive things on the water. But I mean, if you took maybe 500 grand or something like that, um, you know,
Fair enough. So
yep,
so like as an example, $500,000. If the property could appraise, let's say for 550 or 530 or 520 or anything above 500, let's just say you as a seller, hey, like I want to get at least 500 out of this house. Well, you could do that but if the property would appraise for, let's say, 520, then they would appraise it at 520 and then make the sales price 520, and you can give up to 6% in concessions. And part of that uplift in the price, they would use a concession to buy down the rate for your mortgage for the buyer, not the seller. And so in effect, you were able to get a cheaper rate, right? Because you're using basically the house to buy down your rate. And it may not seem like a big deal, but amortized over 30 years, I mean, the difference of half a point could be the difference of hundreds of thousands of dollars, depending on, the size of the loan. So a lot of these guys or what was happening in like 2006, 7, 8, whatever, is they would appraise that property. It would go in at 520 or 530 or whatever. The problem is that inflated the value of the property by, let's just say, 5%. And that 5% was used to buy down the rates. So yeah, you got better rates, but you also have an overinflated property value potentially. So like what I'm worried about is that's kind of happening now, at least from what I'm seeing. And you could get away with it on some of these houses, right? Like especially you start getting in a house, it's like $1 million. If you need an extra 100 grand to buy down a rate, yeah, you could probably find it on $1 million property. So that's kind of I don't want to say my concern is that's already happened before. And we saw what happened in 08. The difference is now I feel like that's, there's more protections around that, and they're a little more scrutinized when it comes to lending, when it comes to properties, etc. They're not doing
I think that's the key there, that they scrutinize it more. You hope anyway, so that we don't go back to what we had, where people are belly up busting. They're paying 800 for a home that's worth 480, and then they're taking out all the equity, and then they get a call and say, hey, your note's due, and it's bad news.
Yeah, I mean they took it was interesting. Like I remember they introduced, I think they were like a 1 month or maybe 3 month. I think they called them MTAs, if I remember right. And it seemed like a great idea. That the concept was you're basically biding time for inflation, or I should say appreciation on your property. So you'd get a loan and you'd pay $800, to your point, on like a $500,000 house. But the negative amortization would go towards your house. So you basically, it's almost like a credit card, but with your house. And a lot of people got in a lot of trouble with those. But if you were using them appropriately, because they use that all the time in like big commercial lending projects. So like if let's say you're building a skyscraper or something like that, and you need to do it for a construction loan, and $200 million to build this skyscraper, and I want to pay the minimum because I know at some point when I refinance and the construction project's finished, it's going to be worth, $600 million, and I owe $200 million. So now you can amortize that and then get a real loan. The problem is it was designed to like be a short-term thing. People were taking these mortgages, and then of course, because they're tied to prime rate, like what we're dealing with now with the Fed, when it jumped up 2%, everybody was hosed. So I don't know. Interesting, fun stuff about, I'd say, the real estate market. Cue the disclaimer, of course. Not financial advice, just an opinion. Look at Tesla go. Whoa. What's going on with Tesla? Someone take that? wasn't even paying attention. I just pulled it up right now on a whim. Whoa. Literally gave it all back down to the close. It looks just like Palantir now. Went all the way back to the close, 329 and change. Or 328.50. And now it's up at 330, almost 340. Whoa.
Come on.
Is there news on that? Who took that? Was that Jeff? Jeff, what happened with Tesla, man? I wasn't even watching that one today. Huge move, though. I'm taking more off Apple. I'm almost out of the trade completely. I'm more concerned that now maybe it rotates to the downside a little bit. Okay. Well, look at coin now rolling over. Ah, I'm not touching coin the rest of the day. Stupid. Silly stuff. Nice, Jeff. Awesome. On Tesla, right? Yeah, I don't know what happened. It's like news? I didn't see anything. Let me pull it up. Let me find anything. Oops. Yeah, I don't see anything. Elon predicts, I mean, this is at like 1 o'clock in the morning. Elon predicts 80% of Tesla's value will be an optimist, promises more master plan. Fixes EV giant pushes towards, okay. Elon challenges the $243 million Florida crash judgment, says court decision flies in the face of common sense, okay. Yeah, I don't see anything. I must have missed it. Maybe there's a tweet or something. I don't know. But that is a big move on Tesla. So congrats on that. Yeah, I saw that headline too. Tesla up, maybe the robots, haha. But I don't know if AMD's going to take me out at break even.
And again, all that I'm doing is waiting now for the move higher here on Apple, and I'm not in any other trades, just on the Apple trade right now. Let's go.
Yeah, I've got runners left on Goog and Apple. Look at the Qs now pushing. Oof. I'm going to get rid of this coin trade here. Let's pull up Tesla. That's a crazy move. Nike swoosh on Tesla today.
There you go.
Mark, yeah.
Big move, right?
Wow. Incredible. Again, another signal. People are pretty bullish on this rate cut. But if it doesn't happen, guess which ones I'm going to be shorting. Right?
Yeah, well, I mean, you could take the index at that time and I think do pretty good, right?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. That should be what, 2 weeks from now? I want to say it was like 16th through the 18th, was it? Yeah, Michael, exactly. Every little tip on Tesla's, but I think it's the whole market, man. It's BTFD. Buy the freaking dip.
I just think, you're getting two things, right? You're to feel positive about it, and the reason why, um, people are anticipating it and probably buying into it is because you're running out of time, right? You're
Yeah.
running out of time for the year, and it's, so many people have said it's going to be done, including the Fed chair himself. So, if it doesn't get done now, it's going to get done before the end of the year, at least one. But I think that you're going to have one
3.
now because he's got Trump breathing down his neck to get something done to run into the close so that Trump can say, hey, we've had an awesome, you can do it better than I did, but I can, but we've had an awesome 2025, my first year in presidency,
In the history of every president, no one's ever done what I've done, actually.
right? So, that kind of stuff there will, that kind of stuff there, I think will put some heat to get it done. And I think now, as you're saying, that these markets, just continue to rise and continue to do well. I think, people are forward thinking into that.
Yeah, there's, I guess, two schools of thought there, right? You've got, if we cut rates, inflation's going to get impacted, period, right? Like it's happening. That's what goes down. But there's our debt as a nation we need to refinance. And so we need a lower rate because the amount of money that we're paying just in interest alone is trillions of dollars a year. We have a credit card problem, basically. I don't mean as a consumer, but as a country, right? Where, again, cue the disclaimer, it's not financial advice, just an opinion. But in my mind, it's like, okay, if we get 2 or 3 rate cuts by the end of the year, then we can actually lock in a lower rate. And then from that lower rate, like, yeah, inflation spikes for 3 to 6 months, maybe stagflation, et cetera. But stagflation doesn't happen today. By the time you feel stagflation, it's too late. You're probably maybe in a tailspin. But if that's the case, in my mind, you have to take lower rates, refinance debt, then maybe stabilize the rate to kind of curb inflation a bit. And then once you've curbed inflation, you now have to focus on, okay, how do we borrow our way out of it? So you're kind of in this weird position where, like, do we want to avoid hyperinflation but have inflation while keeping rates low but not too low? So I kind of feel bad for Jerome Powell in the sense that, like, everybody wants him to cut the rate, but there's implications to that. And we've all seen it. Like, we've seen inflation everywhere. People are like, oh, it's 2%, it's 2%. Well, it's 2% year over year. But when you have a spike of 7% that's kind of swept under the rug because of COVID, now, like, when's the last time you saw prices go down on things? I mean, maybe on gas, maybe. But realistically, like, I don't know about you guys. My grocery bill, just every time, I remember going out, groceries you spend, I don't know, $50. And that's like a week of food, for like 1 or 2 people. Now you can't go out. It's like $100 for everything.
Mm-hmm.
You go to Starbucks, it's $40 for a couple of coffees and a, scone. It's crazy. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, well, there's 3 letters, TLA, 3-letter acronym. And forgive me, I'm going on a rant here, Scott. Just tell me to stop if you'd like. But
I'll tell you to stop once we get to 238 on Apple. Otherwise, you can do it.
Very nice. But a 3-letter acronym: Equity Risk Premium, ERP. That is the name of the game of 25 and 26. Equity Risk Premium. How many of you guys remember what that is? I'm challenging to see if anybody actually pays attention to DVG, or for people just like, yeah, tell me the trade, DVG. Come on. Anybody remember equity risk premium, what that means? Nobody. as these fund managers look to where they can make their money, it's usually through a myriad of financial tools, right? Bond markets, credit markets, default swaps, equities, sweeps via, not in a traditional option sweep, but a actual sweep account in accruing interest for international funds, right? Like there's a bunch of ways you could allocate your risk premium. In other words, how much you pay your investors. And if you can't make it in bond markets, you got to make it somewhere. And if bonds are going in the toilet, well, stocks have to improve, right? So you have to make your money somewhere. You got to make your 10 to 12% to make your investors happy. Well, where are you going to make that? If you can't make it in the bond market, you got to make it in the stock market or in other markets. So hence why a lot of these big names, like Apple's got however many trillions of dollars just sitting in cash. Microsoft similar, Facebook or Meta similar, Google similar. Hence why this is like a low risk investment for a lot of companies. Even though Apple, you guys know how I feel about Apple. They haven't innovated anything in a long time, but they're sticky. Everyone's got an iPhone for now. Anyway, I digress. Just food for thought. Let's see. Mark says, I was speaking to my neighbor after doing outside work around the house. He said, every trip to Home Depot cost me $500. Exactly.
Yep.
You're like, hey, I need to get a new saw. Boom, $300. Anyway, I digress. Yeah, for me, it's Mark. For me, it's peeling back the hundreds. You know, it just feels like we went to dinner the other day to celebrate my wife's birthday. $350, unbelievable. Now, normally I'd say like, hey, that's not, it's a special occasion. All right, bite the bullet, fine. But it was dinner, like literally one app, 2 entrees, a glass of wine. $350. Crazy. Just crazy. Mark, I might have struck a chord with Mark. Look at food shopping is the worst. I hate it. Apple worked out. Guys, look at the cues now. Full bull mode. Full bull mode. Guys, look at yesterday. We were down at 560 yesterday. Just yesterday on the cues. And we're up basically 2% from that low of yesterday. Like, just think about that, guys. You used to wait for like 8 months to get a 2% return. You know what I mean? Well, you get in a day now. That's crazy. Love it though. Yeah, Mark, actually a fun one. We were trying to just get some extra stuff for like a beach day, So like coolers, a couple umbrellas, like sun umbrellas and stuff like that, just to like go out to the beach and hang out. And I was just tinkering around, seeing like what's out there. And we'll just say I have a couple brand favorites, especially for coolers. And they're not cheap. But I was blown away. And I just couldn't do it. I couldn't justify in my mind spending $700 on a cooler. Like, I just couldn't do it. So I opted for a cheaper alternative. Like $700, really? For a cooler? Come on. Yeah, Mark. Well, yeah, you dropped the name. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah. I couldn't believe it. It was like $750. Really? No thanks. And for those of you guys who can't tell, I am not a big spender unless it's cars or spoiling the wife. That's about it. Otherwise, I'm like not staring at the price tag. I can't, I don't know. Maybe if it's like hobby related stuff, like tires, obviously. Just kind of, it is what it is. You have one on your deck, you take it on the boat. Yeah, exactly. Well, the nice thing is, I'm on the mindset, you buy it once, you buy it right, and you buy it for life kind of thing. So, Yeti coolers, I like them. They're great, but they're just super expensive. And in theory, you buy it once and that's it. The trouble I have is like, we just don't, it was going to be for a beach trip. And like, to be fair, to get to the beach from here, it's going to be a 3-4 hour deal. So we're not there very often. And our version of camping usually has an M in front of the building, a Marriott, right? Haha. So $750 will actually get use out of it. Nah, I don't know. Okay, well, I'm all out of Apple. We still have Google going. I'm still watching Palantir here at 160. I want to short some names, but the market's so strong that I can't. Just can't do it. Coming up on 11 o'clock, y'all, that's going to be where I basically hit the eject button for the day. But pretty good day today. We kept it pretty small focus on some trades. I took 2 losing trades on coin today, which is okay. They were small enough that, who cares? AMD, we had a nice quick win on AMD. And then it didn't push hard enough to the upside. Thought we'd get stopped out, but we still managed to have a few shares left here on AMD. And then Google, we've got some runners. Are you holding on to Apple only, Scott? Mark, you said wow. I don't know what the wow was for.
Hey, traders, I've just taken the partial here on Apple because I want to take some off. I've got to run. I've got a hard stop today at 11, and I need to prepare a couple of things. So almost a great day, very good day, let's put it that way for myself. I know DVG's got a green day working as well. So looking forward to trading with everybody. Tomorrow will be a Thursday, then we approach Friday into the weekend. Tomorrow is the start of the NFL season. Those of you that are gamblers, gamers, and NFL lovers, that starts tomorrow. Then you got one on Friday, and then of course on Sunday. So look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow. DVG, congratulations, great day. Clifton, thank you. Got another good day here, Jay. Thank you, and awesome to see everybody today. We have a great one. God bless you all. Godspeed. I'll leave you in the hands of DVG, and I'll talk to you all tomorrow. Thanks, Mark. Yep. See you in the morning.
Thanks, Scott.
Bye-bye.
Well, you guys know the routine. Clock in, clock out. We'll leave some of these trades on. Again, Google namely. AMD, I'll put a hard stop literally just above highest session. And yeah, I don't really feel like jumping in and out of markets today. I'll keep an eye on it as we go into the afternoon. But there's no need to trade all day. You know, you bank some dough and move on. Mark, I'm actually thinking, you know, as like a giveaway, I always wonder sometimes, like, people are like, if you're like, hey, I'll give away a Yeti cooler, people are like, yeah, thanks. Like, who wants this thing? And then when you look up the price of one, you'd be like, wait a minute. I actually think people would probably prefer like an iPad or something. Anyways. Well, not too bad. We went from red to green just the other day. Now we're green from the beginning, pretty much all day. Apple, Google, beautiful trades today. Hopefully you guys were able to take advantage of it. Palantir was the only one I missed today. Wasn't expecting that huge drawdown this morning right at the open, and luckily was patient enough to stay away from it, but coulda, shoulda, woulda. 153 was where I wanted to be ideally. I just didn't think we'd ever get there, but we literally dropped to 152 and change and then just ripped. So could have got in there, just didn't feel like pulling the trigger there. Was worried about Google and Apple at the time. Obviously, plenty of trades out there that are just absolutely crushing it. For those guys that took Tesla, congratulations. That was a huge mover. Absolute monster move there. But I'm going to leave you guys to it. And let me see if there's anything else that jumps out before I take off. No, that's going to do it. We'll see you guys tomorrow at the open. Appreciate you guys. Always, always, always. Until then, cheers. God bless.